Launch of Space Shuttle Endeavour on mission STS-111 continues on schedule this afternoon. Launch is scheduled to occur at about 5:23 p.m. Eastern Time, and our launch opportunity window extends about 5 minutes beyond that point. At this time, the external tank is fully loaded with cryogenic reactants. At about 8:40 this morning, we began the operations to load the external tank with the 500,000 gallons of liquid propellants that are used by the shuttle's 3 main engines. And tanking operations were completed about 3 hours later at 11:35. Of the astronauts, as they were seated for their traditional meal prior to launch, all 7 of them were seated together in near their crew quarters, beginning with Franklin Chang-Diaz, who again will be performing our spacewalk along with French Space Agency astronaut Philippe Perrin. He is preparing for his first trip into space. Then we have Sergei Treshchov, Valery Korzun, and Peggy Whitson, who are, of course, our Expedition 5 crew members. They will be remaining on the space station when the others come back. Rounding out is pilot Paul Lockhart and our commander for today's flight, Ken Cockrell. This on the 3rd floor of the crew quarters as they make their way out of the suit-up room. Make preparations to go down to the ground level of the operations and checkout building, all 7 astronauts, of course, riding together. With the astronauts are members of the flight crew office, security officers, and other astronauts who perform weather assessment functions as we make our launch attempt today. Again, all 7 astronauts walk out of their crew quarters. Commander Ken Cockrell, pilot Paul Lockhart, mission specialists Philippe Perrin and Franklin Chang-Diaz, as well as Expedition 5 crew members Peggy Whitson, Valery Korzun, and Sergei Treshchov. Command and control of the ship will be the primary mission task of the commander and pilot. And they are currently in their seats and in the process of performing communications checks and making sure that the switches and controls are in the proper configuration. A lot of their training in Houston was spent in simulators that duplicates the quarters of the orbiter's flight deck, and therefore they are very familiar with every switch and control on the flight. Mission managers in the firing room have gathered, and all continues to proceed smoothly here in the Launch Control Center firing room number 1.
OTC, this is MS3, ComCheck.
MS3, OTC, got you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Peggy.
Good afternoon, George. Have you loud and clear as well?
CDR, Launch Director.
CDR.
Okay, Taco, looks like we worked out all of our vehicle and ground problems over the last few days, and sorry we had to keep you here for additional 6 days, but everything's coming together now, so we wish you good luck for the Expedition 5 going up and Expedition 4 coming back, so good luck and have a great flight.
Thanks, Mike, and we do appreciate the really hard work from the KSC team and also the two programs, Shuttle and Station, for pulling everything together that was needed to put this flight on the road. We'll do a good job for you.
Good, thank you very much, sir.
The countdown clock will resume on my mark. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark.
And we're at T-minus 9 minutes and counting. And the ground launch sequencer has been initiated.
Sequence has been initiated.
NASA Test Director Steve Altimus is about to call for the transmittal of stored pre-launch commands as Endeavour is prepared for launch on shuttle mission STS-111, less than 9 minutes away on a crew exchange mission to the International Space Station. And the ground launch sequencer has indeed begun the retraction of the orbiter access arm. This is the walkway used by the crew to gain entry into and out of the vehicle, and it can be returned to position within seconds if necessary. T-minus 3 minutes, 30 seconds and counting.
OTC, PLT, caution warning cleared, no unexpected errors.
OTC copies.
And again, everything looks good and we are cleared for launch.
Launch advisors, initiate O2 flow.
Advisors and O2 flow. Thank you.
T-minus 2 minutes and counting. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Endeavour's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 20 seconds and counting. 15. 12. 10, 9, 8, 7. We have a go for main engine start. 5, 3, 2, 1, 0. We have booster ignition and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Endeavour, extending our reach while expanding our research in space.
Houston now controlling the flight of Endeavour.
Roll program.
3 new residents headed for the International Space Station. Endeavour completing its roll, 51.6 degrees inclined to the equator. The shuttle heads down wings level for the 8.5-minute ride to orbit. 37 seconds into the flight, 3 liquid fuel main engines now throttling back in a 3-step fashion to 72% of rated performance. That will reduce the stress on the shuttle as it breaks through the sound barrier.
Endeavour Houston, go at throttle up.
Go at throttle up.
Throttle up call acknowledged by Commander Ken Cockrell aboard Endeavour. He's joined on the flight deck by pilot Paul Lockhart, flight engineer Franklin Chang-Diaz, and mission specialist Philippe Perrin. The new Expedition 5 crew, Commander Valery Korzun and flight engineers Peggy Whitson and Sergei Treshchov, seated down on the middeck. Endeavour already 11.5 miles in altitude, 8 miles downrange from the Kennedy Space Center. 3 good main engines, 3 good fuel cells, 3 good auxiliary power units. One minute, 40 seconds into the flight, about 25 seconds away from solid rocket booster separation. Endeavour traveling almost 2,400 miles an hour. Standing by for solid rocket booster separation. Booster officer confirms a good solid rocket booster separation, guidance now converging, the onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to gently swivel, aiming the shuttle for a precise keyhole in space for main engine cutoff. Endeavour 34 miles in altitude, 41 miles downrange from the Kennedy Space Center, beginning to pick up speed.
Endeavour Houston, 2-engine Marone.
Copy, Houston Marone.
That call from Capcom Bill Ophaline indicating that if one main engine should fail, we could reach transoceanic abort site at Marone, Spain. The orbital maneuvering system engines have now ignited to provide Endeavour with a kick in the pants heading uphill toward the International Space Station. Once again, the crew on board the International Space Station, Yuri, Onufrienko, Karl Walz, and Dan Bursch, were informed of the successful launch of Endeavour by Expedition 3 Commander Frank Culbertson, who dropped by the Capcom console in the International Space Station Flight Control Room a short time ago. They, of course, were delighted at the news.
Good evening, Frank. У меня новости. Yeah, waiting for news. Хороший или плохой?
The shuttle has launched. It's on its way.
All right. Good. Thank you, Frank.
С удовольствием. I know you would be happy to hear that. But I wanted to say hello and congratulate you guys on a fantastic mission. You have a lot to do yet, but you've done a great job up there. Far exceeded what's been done before, and we're very proud of you.
Thanks, boss. We look forward to seeing you soon.
Won't be long, Carl.
Yeah, thanks,
You're
Frank.
welcome. See you all later.
Endeavour Houston, for TACO, we see the arm on orbit init complete. Everything looks good. And when you have a chance, we'd like to tag up on post-insertion.
Okay, on post-insertion, everything is done except for the mechanical things like the pole, the seats, and the OCAC. And those things are in work now. And we're also doing the airlock and ODS prep for ingress.
Great. And if you could let us know when those are done, that'll help us keep our boxes checked down here. Also, in the flight plan, at 2:40, there's called out an IMU Star of Opportunity align. We can skip that if you want today. We see good performance on the IMUs.
Well, my plan was to come back to the Star of Opportunity line after I get the aft controller checkout done, after having completed the RMS Onorbit init.
Okay, Taco, that sounds like a good plan.
And spacecraft communicator Lisa Nowak about to have her last conversation with the crew on board as they do a final check of the crew's ability to complete all the activities they had planned for the day and getting ready for bed. The sleep shift officially scheduled to begin in about 5 minutes from now, but chances are Cockrell and his crew will be up a little bit later finishing off all their activities that they need to complete before ending their first day on orbit.
Endeavour Houston for TACO.
Go ahead.
TACO, just to let you know, we're with you in the Ohms burn procedure. We've pulled the room and you have a go for the burn.
Go for the burn, thanks.
Lead Flight Director Paul Hill has just polled the shuttle flight control room flight control positions and got a go for the burn from each. That go was just radioed up to Endeavour crew members by Capcom Steve McLean. These shots on NASA television are coming to us live from a camera in the aft port side of Endeavour's cargo bay. The orbiter is just passing over the Japanese archipelago and is beginning a southeasterly heading down across the Pacific Ocean. It'll take it across the equator and then in a loop around the southern Pacific. All's going well on board. They're just about a little more than 10 minutes away from the Ohms burn that will adjust the orbit of Endeavour in its pursuit of the International Space Station. One of the accomplishments so far has been installation of the centerline camera. The upward-looking camera on the orbital docking system. Actually, with Endeavour flying in this attitude, the cargo bay pointed toward the Earth, we're looking down through that camera and through the orbital docking system at Eastern Europe as Endeavour moves across that cloud-covered landscape. This live downlink on NASA television, coming to us from Endeavour's flight deck, shows Shuttle Commander Ken Cockrell in the background, with Expedition 5 Commander Valery Korzun in front of him. Cockrell's continuing the work involved in powering down the shuttle's robotic arm.
This is Mission Control Houston, receiving now some downlink videotape from on board the Space Shuttle Endeavour. This being a videotape look at the orbiter docking system that we'll use to be making the first contact with the pressurized mating adapter number 2, the docking port on the end of the Destiny Laboratory module of the International Space Station tomorrow, about 11:17 a.m. Central Time.
Hey, Lisa, nice pass over the eastern U.S. Really beautiful.
We see it also. It looks great.
This is Mission Control Houston. As Franklin Chang-Diaz mentioned, this is live downlink television of the east coast of the United States. Space Shuttle Endeavour traveling along the length of the eastern seaboard on this particular orbital pass, passing over the panhandle of Florida, Georgia, and the Carolinas before heading out over the Atlantic Ocean. We're taking a look through the centerline camera mounted securely in the orbiter docking system hatchway, looking down at the ocean below. This will be a centerline view with the crosshairs allowing Ken Cockrell, the commander on board Endeavour, to make his final alignment of the shuttle's docking system with the pressurized mating adapter 2 docking port on the International Space Station about 11:17 a.m. Central Time tomorrow when the two spacecraft come together.
Endeavour Houston for rendezvous tools checkout.
Yeah, go ahead, Lisa.
When you get to that procedure, the first step says to check with MCC for a good target state vector uplink, and that is on board.
Okay, thank you. We were just starting that procedure.
Copy.
This view showing us Lake Michigan as the space shuttle flies overhead.
We kept you busy with lots of little tasks today. You guys did a great job staying on schedule and getting everything done. We're looking forward to tomorrow's rendezvous, and of course the ISS crew will be very happy to see you. And with that, we'll say goodnight, but we'll still be here in case you have anything else for us.
Thanks, Lisa. It was a pleasure working with you and the rest of the team down there. We are really looking forward to tomorrow.
Great. Thanks, Paul, and to all the crew.
And congratulations to all you guys for Docking Day. We'll talk more about that at the planning conference.
Yeah, it's a great day. Great day. Thanks.
Good. Get the other rim to pass to the Expedition 4 crew that we have them in sight.
Hey, that's great. We'll let them know.
And Endeavour Commander Ken Cockrell reporting that they have in sight the International Space Station. They're still at a distance of about 48.5 statute miles.
I think we should do that, yeah.
Let's reflect.
When take pictures.
No, take that line up.
Yuri and Dorkin.
Nope. See what it does. That should do it. Flight controller power's going off.
Lights coming on.
Okay, yours is off. Alt. Pulse, pulse, pulse. Ops 201 Pro. Auto burn.
Endeavour Houston, we see a good burn, and we have the propellant pad when you're ready.
These live shots on NASA television showing the firing of Endeavour's reaction control systems thrusters as they adjust their course toward the International Space Station.
This is looking out of the docking compartment. I was kind of right at the edge of the window, and pretty soon here you'll see a little plume. There it goes.
Here we're seeing on NASA television views from the International Space Station as the orbiter Endeavour moves in that quarter circle that will take it to a point directly in front of the laboratory. Clearly visible in Endeavour's cargo bay is the MPLM there toward the back side of the cargo bay. That MPLM, the Italian-made Leonardo, is bringing to the station about 5,600 pounds of equipment and supplies and 2 experiment racks for the U.S. laboratory Destiny. Next major element in front of the MPLM is the shiny cylinder again in the back of the cargo bay. The next element in front of it is the mobile base system that will provide a link from the station's railroad car, the mobile base system that is situated on the S0 truss segment, and the Canada Arm 2, the station's robotic arm. On our NASA television, we're seeing live downlink showing Endeavour as it approaches the International Space Station. This view is from the International Space Station itself. Now we're seeing another view from the International Space Station as Endeavour orbits below. Endeavour's close to within about half a mile of the orbiting laboratory. The two spacecraft are just inland along the South American Atlantic coast.
Endeavour, Airground 2.
Go ahead.
Steve, I'd like you to pass on my thanks to Paul and also to Jerry with the rendezvous team for giving us a very nice out-of-plane situation. The Y looks very nice at the window.
We concur, and just so you know, we're watching real-time video from the station cameras of you guys down below, and it's fantastic.
Okay.
Okay, this is at about probably 1,000 feet as they were transitioning to the V-bar.
It's recording. Fresh tapes in there. All right. Oops. Over here. No? Yeah, I'll go down there. Yeah.
Hey Taco, look at Y and Y dot. It's basically showing Y dot's. You're at the null right now, I guess. Or something. Well, you're 30 feet off.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, that's a battery. So just Thursday. Just never aircraft too. Steve, I'd like you to pass on my thanks to Paul and also to Jerry with the rendezvous team for giving us a very nice out-of-plane situation. The Y looks very nice out the window.
We concur, and just so you know, we're watching real-time video from the station cameras of you guys down below, and it's fantastic.
Okay. Yeah, so we should do a little aileron roll for them.
Hey Houston, this is from camera Charlie. That gives it the inverted look. And obviously you can tell we're on the V-bar.
Endeavour's now less than 500 feet from the International Space Station and approaching the V-bar, the velocity vector, the direction of travel of the ISS. Once there, it will pause for a moment, then initiate the sequence of events that will lead to a docking with the International Space Station.
Within 400 feet, and we'll copy on the Russian solar rays. Okay, Paco, you got this one now. Okay.
Now this shot is from the Soyuz window. I tried the camera in a few different orientations, and sorry it's not quite centered, but the camera's just kind of shoved up against some other stuff in the way in the Soyuz.
Endeavour Houston for Taco and the entire crew.
Good.
Yeah, just to let you know that you all have a go for docking. We saw good firing from F3F, so we're in good shape there. And in addition, we saw some plus X jets getting warm. We may need to reprioritize. We'll let you know if we need to do that.
Copy.
And this live downlink on NASA television showing us a view of Endeavour's approach to the International Space Station, this slow, deliberate, about 1 inch a second approach. The pressurized mating adapter number 2 of the International Space Station shown in the left center of your screen, while the orbiter docking system is now just about in the middle of the screen as Endeavour's approach continues. You can see the forward, or the aft bulkhead of the crew cabin and the windows of the crew cabin in the upper left center of the screen.
Endeavour arriving. Expedition 5 arriving.
That ship's bell being rung aboard the International Space Station, honoring the impending arrival of Endeavour with the Expedition 5 crew.
Camera A, which is the best lighting for the nighttime docking, just showing us from a few feet out to the final contact. I think it's really, always seems really interesting to me when these two big vehicles come together, how little play there is, and yet when you're looking at it up close, how very impressive that little bit of jiggling around feels when you make contact.
The orbiter docking system ring retracting into the orbiter docking system. It's a prelude to more firmly attaching the two spacecraft to one another for docked operations that will include a crew transfer, the transfer of logistics and supplies from Endeavour to the International Space Station, and 3 spacewalks by Endeavour mission specialists Philippe Perrin of the French Space Agency and Franklin Chang-Diaz. Shuttle flight controllers reporting that the hooks are latched and that the linked International Space Station and the orbiter Endeavour are go to resume attitude control.
And looks like everything close in nominal.
We concur. Congratulations to the entire shuttle crew. And although we had to force it, the good ship Endeavour is where it should be.
Shuttle Capcom Steve McLean congratulating the...
And we're really glad to be where we should be.
McLean congratulating the shuttle crew for winding up where it should be, hard mated to the International Space Station.
Of course, we've been yelling through the hatch already at the other crew, and they were shaking the handle as I was trying to move it to show their happiness at our arrival and anxiousness for us to open the door. You can see Valery and Yuri shaking hands and greeting each other. And Valery grabs me and drags me through there as well. From this camcorder, it's kind of a narrow shot. We have another tape that kind of has a wider shot, shows everybody a little bit better. Right now we got 3 hairballs on orbit.
Sorry, we didn't come late. You guys had a good time? That's okay. Yeah, we had lots of time. How are you?
Transfer activities continuing aboard the International Space Station. Here, Expedition 5 flight engineer Sergei Treshchov just moving past the camera. And here comes the second of two spacesuits brought into orbit by Endeavour. Dan Bursch moving that into the International Space Station's U.S. laboratory Destiny. Here's Franklin Chang-Diaz helping him move that spacesuit.
The lights along the Nile River clearly in view in these low-light television camera views of the Earth below as the shuttle and station orbit 237 statute miles overhead. The instrumentation and communications officer here in Mission Control controlling the cameras in the payload bay of Endeavour as he pans past to take a look at the Quest airlock from which Franklin Chang-Diaz and Philippe Perrin will conduct their spacewalk. Just at the very bottom of the picture right now you can see the space station's robotic manipulator system known as Canadarm2. That arm will be used in support of those three spacewalks to install a mobile base system on top of the mobile transporter. In addition, the two spacewalkers will replace the wrist roll joint that's at the very end of that arm, just off the right side of your picture in this view.
Power is coming off.
Video downlink view of the Leonardo multi-purpose logistics module located in Space Shuttle Endeavour's payload bay. Flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston are testing out the systems of the cameras located on the space station robotic arm Canadarm2. Those cameras will provide a view of the removal of Leonardo from the payload bay later this morning. This is Mission Control Houston with a live video downlink view from a camera in the aft portion of Endeavour's payload bay looking past the Leonardo multi-purpose logistics module to the stack of the International Space Station extending out of the forward portion of Endeavour's payload bay.
This live downlink on NASA television coming to us from a camera on the shuttle's robotic arm. The camera is in motion toward the Endeavour cargo bay. The arm will attach itself, will grapple the MPLM Leonardo in preparation for lifting it out of the cargo bay and moving it to the nadir port of the Unity node of the International Space Station, where it will be installed. Flight controllers report installation. Second stage installation is complete. Leonardo is now firmly attached to the nadir port, or the Earth-facing port of the Unity node of the International Space Station. Now we'll await activation and ingress this afternoon.
This view in the equipment lock segment of the International Space Station's Quest airlock as Franklin Chang-Diaz, Philippe Perrin, and their intervehicular activity officer, Paul Lockhart, work on all the equipment and preparations for tomorrow's first of 3 planned EVAs.
Okay, I'll tell Elvisette to pick up with step 43.
Great, thanks.
And Dan Bursch and Mike Fossum on the ground discussing the current status of Carl Walz and Peggy Whitson's work to get ready to enter into the multipurpose logistics module. Dan indicating that it appears that they're ready to start part 2 of the activation. This is a further configuration of the pressure equalization valves, also getting the data buses all set up and ready to begin conveying information from the multipurpose logistics module into the station's computers, as well as beginning to turn on the lights inside Leonardo so that when the crew members open the hatch, they'll be able to see what's inside.
Alpha, Houston on Space to Ground 2 for MPLM ingress.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Peg wanted to confirm that the MPLM ingress procedure complete.
Yes, it is. And most of Layer 1's already in MPLM.
Outstanding. Good news. I have a request from ECLIS to take the temperature control knob located in the node starboard alcove to full warm. That'll be clockwise.
Okay, in the node starboard alcove, the temperature control to full warm.
Good copy.
As transfer activities are continuing on board the International Space Station with the equipment supplies coming out of the pressurized cargo volume known as Leonardo, the team here on the ground in the International Space Station Flight Control Room is preparing everything necessary for today's daily planning conference with the crew on board the space station. This is a routine daily conference that allows everybody to tag up and get on the same page so that we all know what's going to be going on in the following day and what was completed on this particular work day. This is done both at the end of the shift to get ready for the following day, as well as at the start of every morning to make sure that any changes that have occurred overnight in the plan are relayed up to the crew. Sleep shift for both the space station and space shuttle crew scheduled to begin in about 2 hours and 45 minutes from now. In that conference, Mike Fossum, the spacecraft communicator in Houston, had a chance to give the big picture to the crew on board, in particular related to the effects of today's failure of one of the 4 control moment gyros on the space station.
Check on that for ICOM.
Essentially, the crew heard from the ground that the transfer moguls here in Houston are very pleased with the crew's progress in moving items from the middeck and to the middeck, as well as opening up the multi-purpose logistics module known as Leonardo and beginning the transfer of supplies and experiments from there, successfully moving Express Rack 3, one of the 2 new experiment racks for the Destiny Laboratory module, from their transfer location in Leonardo over to the Destiny Lab, also bringing with it the active rack isolation system equipment that'll be installed to help minimize the perturbations to the sensitive experiment due to everyday crew activities. Mike Fossum told the crew that control moment gyro number 1 is down hard with no hope of recovery, that we do have a spare here on the ground, and that contractors are working to develop the flight support equipment that will carry it to the space station in the payload bay of a shuttle, and that should be ready for delivery sometime in the fall. That means that the station will have to function in this current configuration for a while, but Fossum indicated to the crew that the folks here on the ground have no concerns using 3 or even just 2 control moment gyros to control normal attitudes or orientations of the station relative to the Earth. It will mean one minor adjustment to the plan for tomorrow's spacewalk. There had been a attention to bias the roll of the International Space Station. If you imagine a roll around the length of the Destiny Laboratory module, you'll understand that because in that attitude there would be too many desaturations of the 3 control moment gyros, which would result in jet firings of the attitude control system in the Russian segment of the station, which they don't want to have going on during the spacewalks. So instead they're going to adjust the yaw of, or the lateral twisting movement, if you will, of the International Space Station by about 5 degrees, which should allow for no such desaturations or jet firings to occur during the spacewalk. Other than that, there won't be really any impacts of the control moment gyro on any of the operations tomorrow, with the one exception that we'll have to do some renewed communications predictions so that we'll know when we'll have good comm with the folks on board.
We're just tagging up with you here at the end of the day. We know you have a few more pre-sleep items to go, like the LIO. We don't really have anything else for you. Of course, we'll be standing by if you have any more questions or comments. Another great day, and we're looking forward to the first EVA tomorrow.
Thanks, and we're also looking forward to that. A couple of very excited young men here waiting for tomorrow. Yes, we got the layout to do, as well as turning out the lights and the CRTs, and I think that's about it, and we'll hit the sack right after that.
Sleep well. Have a good night.
Okay, David Robinson from Indianapolis asked the question. On the front of your launch and entry suits, there's a white strap, and he asks what the purpose of that strap is. And the white strap, David, is called a hold-down strap or a pull-down strap. It actually connects to the front torso of the suit and the neck ring of the suit. Normally, it serves no purpose, but when we're seated in our seats on the space shuttle, we cinch that strap down so it sort of pulls the neck ring down towards the torso, and it's useful in case the suit ever has to inflate if we have a loss of cabin pressure. When the suit inflates, the neck ring tends to float up, and if you didn't have the white strap there, the neck ring would probably be up somewhere around your eyes. So with the white strap, it keeps it down by your chin and enables you to still see out the visor of the suit. So it sort of keeps the suit under control if it's ever were to pressurize. The next question is from Paula Clark from Issaquah, Washington. She asks how we designed the crew patch for STS-111, and does each crew member get to put ideas into the design? Well, that is certainly true. We came up with a half a dozen designs that were made by a friend of ours that's a professional graphic design artist out on the West Coast, and he sent us a number of designs, probably 8 or 9, and we zeroed in on one of the ones that he had and then put a whole bunch of changes in it based on input from each of the crew members, and finally came up with the patch that we have now, which we're really happy with.
Alpha, Space to Ground 2 Robotics, we're ready and we're watching. Ready and we're watching.
And as always, you may call all stop anytime.
Copy that.
Expedition 5 crew member Peggy Whitson reporting the arms just now going into motion. That arm, the Canada Arm 2 of the International Space Station, will be used to move Franklin Chang-Diaz about during today's spacewalk.
Copy and concur, Dan. We'll look for the video.
International Space Station's Canada Arm 2 in motion again.
Open. Again, monitor your suit pressure gauge, less than 5.5. Franklin, you have a go to take the EV hatch MPV open.
The EV hatch MPV coming open.
After hatch is open, we should see motion of the circular thermal cover of the hatch, which is on the outside of the airlock hatch. And it's open.
Want to be able to down if you need anything. You need your feet restrained or something. I want to be able to move to my left.
And there's motion of the crew lock hatch of the Joint Airlock Quest.
Franklin and Pepe, we have about 4 minutes till sunrise. Correction, about 2.5 minutes till sunrise. You will want to get your helmet lights off and your gloves as required and your visors. Okay, thank you. ED1. And if you took up these, and you will be over the South Pacific. This is amazing. I mean, incredible. I have not seen much. The sun was dark when I went out. Oh, the sunrise. Just take some time to look at the sunrise. Okay. Oh man. Yeah, that's something incredible.
Chang-Diaz beginning the removal of the PDGF, the power and data grapple fixture. Meanwhile, Philippe Perrin is en route to the fixture's installation position on the P6 truss. The two will meet there after Chang-Diaz removes the fixture, and he'll carry it still attached to the Canada Arm 2 to that location.
Okay, Paco, I've got all the bolts retracted. I am now ready to pull the PDGF out of its mount.
Copy.
Yeah, I made it. The PDGF is moved now. It's in my hands, and I am now ready to move to the next spot. Valery and Peggy?
Okay, we copy. We're going to move you in and a little bit out of the payload bay, and a little starboard and out of the payload bay to set up for the next OCAS.
Okay, sounds good.
The power and data grapple fixture now free, and Franklin Chang-Diaz is awaiting motion of the arm that will eventually take him to the P6 truss where the fitting is to be installed.
is the maneuver that I was supposed to say, yeehaw! So consider it said. Incredible.
Chang-Diaz holding firmly to the PDGF, the power data grapple fixture, which also is tethered to his body. He's just moving by the pressurized cargo carrier, Leonardo, the multipurpose logistics module shown in the right center of the screen. It's attached to the Unity node of the International Space Station. And operations are continuing to unload the MPLM Leonardo during this spacewalk.
And Franklin, if you can just look to the right just a little bit.
Uh-huh. Go ahead.
And you can see us waving.
Oh, yeah, I see you. Hi, Taco. Very nice, very nice. It's an amazing experience, I tell you.
Okay. Franklin and Peppy, now's a good time to talk about the installation. As you approach and we start to install it, we'll make sure that all the EDFs are fully retracted. We'll install the PDGF on the P6 mounting ring. We'll engage the Nader EDFs by Franklin and Peppy. You'll do the Zenith EDFs. Then we'll drive the EDFs with two torques, an initial and a final torque.
Okay, we copy. The two copies.
With the new rad trench extension.
30.5. Okay, I'm still going to calibrate.
That shot of Franklin Chang-Diaz from a camera in the cargo bay as he moves down toward the starboard side wall.
Okay, I see good motion.
I see good clearance with the orbiter. See you, Franklin.
See you later, Pepe.
And this is a good view from Franklin Chang-Diaz's helmet camera looking past those debris shields that have been temporarily stowed on pressurized mending adapter number 1, which connects the Zarya control module to the Unity module. Also on the upper left portion of your screen, you can see the Z1 truss structure area that contains the control moment gyroscopes. Again, one of the 4 gyroscopes failed yesterday. Station attitude control continuing to be held properly by the 3 remaining gyroscopes.
Nadir and forward.
Let's go down then to the APFR and get that configured.
Okay.
Gentlemen, you're 4.5 hours into your EVA.
Yeah, we're not getting zoom on our camera data on the 25 tip lead camera.
This is a good vantage point to take a look at the 2 spacewalkers and the space station's robotic manipulator system, or Canadarm2, as it is poised to reach in and grapple the mobile base system. In the picture here now, you can also see on the lower left corner of your screen Philippe Perrin standing by to begin removing insulation blankets from the mobile base system once power connections have been established from the robotic arm to the mobile base system. This picture coming to us through the helmet camera on the suit of astronaut Franklin Chang-Diaz.
Houston Alpha. We grappled the MBS, and Carl did a wonderful job driving it in.
And we concur. We were watching closely. Nice work, team.
Pepe and Franklin, you are now go to remove the MBS thermal blankets.
Okay, thanks. Okay, Pepe, you still want to try it? You can concur.
Yeah, we have to do it anyway, so now that we started, why don't we do it today?
This helmet camera view from Franklin Chang-Diaz's suit shows how he is carefully installing tethers to the various covers that are about to be removed from the mobile base system, making sure that they don't drift away as they continue these activities to make the mobile base system ready for its positioning just on top of the mobile transporter system, to which it will later be firmly attached. Philippe Perrin on the other side of the cradle holding the mobile base system, performing similar tasks on different pieces of insulation material. We can also see in the upper left-hand portion of this picture the location where the latching end effector of the Canadian robotic arm for the International Space Station is now firmly attached to the power and data grapple fixture, with keep alive power flowing through two redundant circuits to that mobile base system.
Okay, thanks.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are receiving downlink television pictures as we see the space station's robotic manipulator system known as Canadarm2 gently moving the mobile base system out of the payload bay on board the Space Shuttle Endeavour, preparing to bring it up into position on top of the Destiny Laboratory module. It will hover over the mobile transporter, allowing its structural temperatures to begin equaling that of the transporter. This is Mission Control Houston, live television pictures continuing to show the careful positioning of the mobile base system adjacent to its eventual host, the mobile transporter, which is in turn on riding on rails attached to the S0 truss structure. This mobile base system also is capable of supporting spacewalks by aiding spacewalkers in the transport of large payloads. Its total weight is approximately 1,612 kilograms. Which is the equivalent of about 3,500 pounds or almost 2 tons.
Okay, Mike, just want to let you know that we started the VSA battery charge at 0027 GMT, and PGT, let's see, serial number 1017, the suspect battery is in PGT slot 4, battery charger 2, channel 5.
We copy all, thanks.
Okay, and also the EMU battery charge is also ongoing. We initiated that at 0030.
Copy, thanks.
You betcha.
And Carl Walz reporting that they have a good phase capture of the mobile base system. The latch on the mobile base system now firmly attached to a bar of the mobile transporter of the International Space Station. We're back with live downlink from the International Space Station. We're in the U.S. Laboratory Destiny. The workstation for the Canadarm2 is just to the left of your picture, where a few moments ago Carl Walz and Expedition 5 crew member Peggy Whitson completed the installation, the temporary installation of the mobile base system atop the mobile transporter of the International Space Station. That installation brought words of congratulations from Capcom Bob Thirsk in the International Space Station Flight Control Room to Carl Walz and Peggy Whitson, who operated the Canadarm2 during the installation of the mobile base system.
We see MBS installation is complete. Congratulations to the on-orbit robotics and video support team. You have delivered the MBS to its new home aboard the International Space Station. Canada is grateful and proud.
Well, thank you very much, Bob, and for all of the folks there that have helped to work to make this possible. This is, we're just a small part of a very, very large team in Canada and down at KSC and in Huntington Beach that have all kind of worked together to make this day possible, and we're very proud to be a part, and we congratulate you as well for a great job.
Copy all that. Enjoy the rest of your activities today. Copy all that.
The arm camera looking down on Endeavour's left side through the window on the aft flight deck. We're seeing Endeavour Commander Ken Cockrell watching not only the camera but the arm as he operates it from the control station in the aft flight deck. The transfer of equipment and supplies from the MPLM Leonardo is continuing, as we see in this view from the U.S. Laboratory Destiny.
Alpha Houston, Space to Ground 2 for Dan in the lab. Alpha Houston, Space to Ground 2 for Dan in the lab.
Go ahead.
Dan, we've just routed a test pattern to the new cupola workstation monitor. I wonder if you could turn around and just verify that you see it there. Yep, we see you. Thank you. Yep, we see you. Thank you.
It looks great.
Copy that. Thank you. Copy that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Huntsville Alpha, Space Ground 2.
Go ahead, Alpha. Alpha?
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up in MPV message 041919 Bravo, the BPS descent status check, and only the first page comes up. Can you just tell me what the second page says?
Okay, stand by a second. Let me pull that up. Okay, stand by a second.
This view on NASA television looking down into the MPLM, the Multipurpose Logistics Module, Leonardo, as logistics operations continue. We're back with a live downlink from the U.S. Laboratory Destiny of the International Space Station. This shot shows Expedition 5 astronaut Peggy Whitson exercising on a bicycle-like device, a stationary bicycle-like device.
Go ahead, Pepe.
In Houston, I think you see the message we're working FGB smoke.
Dan Bursch confirming they're seeing a smoke alarm in the FGB. Expedition 4 Commander Yuri Onufrienko reassuring controllers at Mission Control Moscow that there's no indication of fire aboard the Zarya module of the International Space Station. One of the 10 one of the 10 smoke sensors actually in that module enunciated an alarm just as the change in command ceremony was to begin in the U.S. Laboratory Destiny. While that disrupted the ceremony, at least temporarily, did not apparently show any indication of actual fire. Onufrienko speculated that dust had triggered the alarm, dust raised by continued logistics activities, moving about boxes and equipment largely from the Leonardo, the multipurpose logistics module, onto the International Space Station.
The flight dynamics and guidance and navigation control officers report a good reboost maneuver completed at 4:53 p.m. Central Time. Early information looks like we got about what we expected, a 3 feet per second increase, about 6.3 statute miles average altitude increase. But the flight dynamics officer will need to review the data about that for about one orbit or 90 minutes before getting back to us with the final results of the reboost maneuver. Again, this is the first of 3 planned reboosts to raise the altitude of the International Space Station, a total of about 6.3 statute miles overall. This is Mission Control Houston looking at downlink television pictures from Onorbit as the shuttle and station continue to travel around the globe at an altitude of 244 statute miles, about 17,500 miles an hour, circling the planet once every 90 minutes. This view looking down over the North Atlantic as the shuttle station complex has just crossed over the midsection of the United States and eastern Canada. In this view, we can see in the very lower left portion of the screen the Destiny Laboratory module. It is connected next to the Unity module, which has attached to the top of it the Leonardo multi-purpose logistics module, that large cylinder, which contains inside, or at least at one time contains, some 5,600 pounds of supplies, equipment, and experiments for use on the station. Most of that equipment and supplies have been transferred into the station at this point.
Welcome everybody on board the International Space Station Alpha for the change of command. The change of command ceremony is a time-honored tradition which formally restates the continuity of the authority of command to the assembled ISS crew members. Change of command of the ISS shall be an instantaneous transfer of total authority, responsibility, and accountability from one individual to another. I'm happy to say that the material and working condition of the lab, including the robotics workstation and the robotics system, is in excellent condition and soon to be even better. And I'd like to hand it over to Carl after I just say good luck to Expedition 5 and hope your journey is rewarding and as fulfilling as it was for me.
And I'd just like to say that the airlock systems are all operating very well, and also the Soyuz is in great shape. And wish you all the best on your voyage here in the future.
And I hope now SM and FGB also is in good shape. And what I wanted to say, we live and work on station about several months, and station live and work also with us. And now I'm ready to be relieved. I relieve you of command, sir.
And I want to tell for us will be good time. We will be very happy to repeat the same phrase as says previous crew. But most of all, we hope we can add something about S1, P1, and MT and robotic core station.
I've seen release.
We do have one question about the EVA pre-briefings. We've, of course, many of us here have witnessed your pre-briefs for the EVA training, and we wanted to know where Paul Lockhart found a whiteboard large enough on board to put the whole briefing up.
Well, most of the U.S. segment now is covered with detailed instructions on EVA-1. So all of the walls are white, they used to be. Now they are completely labeled with all of the right procedures that we will follow. He has done a superb job in getting us ready, and partly the reason we were successful was due to his expert work in getting us through.
We know he has done a great job. Your entire team has done a great job, and I think Paco is setting a new standard for EV1 here. For IV, rather, for IV.
That's firm.
Thanks. That's all we had for now, and in fact, that's all we have for tonight. We're going to watch you go through the rest of your pre-sleep items, and we'll be standing by. But in the meantime, Orbit 2's enjoyed another pleasant day talking to you. We know you've got a big EVA day tomorrow, so we'd like you to get rested up, and we'll say good night.
Okay, thanks, Lisa. We are just about ready to do that, say good night, that is, and we'll finish up the remaining pre-sleep items and talk to you tomorrow, second half of the EVA.
Sounds good.
Endeavour, Airground 2. If you got time, I got 3 internet questions I can answer now.
Yeah, Taco, it's a great time. We look forward to hearing your answers.
Okay, the first one is from Susan Jones, St. Paul, Minnesota. And Susan has 2 questions. First of all, when docked to the space station, what is the altitude and what is the length or distance of each orbit? Thank you very much. Okay, Susan, the altitude, yesterday we did a little reboost maneuver. We raised the altitude about 1 mile, and we're going to do a couple more maneuvers during the flight to keep the space station up at the altitude that we like it at. It's at about 211 nautical miles above the Earth, and the nautical mile is 6,080 feet, so it's a little bigger than a statute mile. So in statute miles, we're about 250 miles above the Earth. What that means for the length of the orbit is not a whole lot it's not a whole lot further around the Earth at this altitude than it is at the surface of the Earth, so about 25,000 miles around the Earth, and it takes us about 90 minutes to make that orbit. The next question is from someone in Essex, England. His name is Kanayan, and his question is, how do you differentiate between a bottom and a top when you are in space? Is it just above your head and below your head? Well, that is basically true. You can set your own coordinate system by just deciding that when your head is pointed in a certain direction, then that is up for you. Sometimes that gets a little confusing, though, when you enter a module in a space station, for example, and the ceiling is in a different location from the direction that your head is pointed. So it can be a little surprising when you have set your own coordinate system and you think your up is up, and then you look around you and you see that another module or the other people that are in that module have chosen a different coordinate system. So it provides a little interest to the up and down question in space. But basically, as far as your inner ear and balance organs are concerned, any up you choose is a good up. Okay, Pat, I have one more question that I'm got time to answer right now. Comes from Rainer Christensen in Schleswig-Holstein, Germany. And the question he sends is, hi, as a glider pilot, I want to know if you can hear the wind noise during the landing approach in the lower parts of the atmosphere. I know you are protected by your headsets and helmets, but due to your speed and higher density in the lower part of your approach, it should be pretty loud inside the cockpit. Well, Rainer, the answer is yes, you can certainly hear the wind noise, and it's quite an interesting thing. I'm also a glider pilot myself. I haven't flown high aspect ratio or high lift to drag ratio gliders in a long time, but I know how important the sound of the wind is, and it has the same feeling to you in the shuttle. We spend several days, 12 days in this case, orbiting around the Earth with no wind noise. The only sound that we hear are the noises that are created by the equipment inside the cockpit. So at about Mach 5, descending to about 90 or 85,000 feet above the surface, the wind noise begins, and it's almost it's a surprise because you haven't heard it in so long, and it sounds really good to your ears. It actually increases in volume until around Mach 1, I suppose, and then from then on down to landing, it's relatively constant sound and one that you get used to just as you would from flying a constant speed in a glider. Very good question, and it's a noise that I enjoy hearing during the last part of the entry. That's it for now, Pat.
Thanks, Taco, and as always, we appreciate your time doing this.
Houston Alpha for EVA.
Go Alpha for EVA.
We're at 10.2 and 24% O2.
We copy. You're at 10.2 PSI and 24% O2. In Alpha, the crew may doff their masks now that the airlock pressure has reached 10.2 PSI. And also to inform you that all EVA-2 inhibit pad actions have now been completed.
Okay, copy that.
Expedition 5 crew member Peggy Whitson reporting to the International Space Station Flight Control Room that the pressure inside the Quest joint airlock is down to 10.2 psi, and Capcom Bob Thirsk gave heard the green light for crew members to take off their masks and continue breathing the atmosphere of the airlock while they don their spacesuits.
Okay, copy that. And I'd just like to verify while I have you on the line that you've done step 12.
Houston Alpha on the big loop for EVA.
Go ahead for EVA.
Yeah, Bob, ED1 and 2 are in the crew lock, and we're getting ready to close the ID hatch with your go.
And we're go to close the crew lock hatch.
Okay, the ID hatch is come close.
Seconds, and then back to the EMU 1 and 2 positions.
In work.
We're seeing French astronaut Philippe Perrin following Franklin Chang-Diaz out the airlock of the Quest airlock.
The PSA step is complete.
Houston copies, thank you.
All the way, there's north to go on the left now. Counterclockwise. Yeah.
Chang-Diaz removing a cap at the far right of your screen, just now coming off. That cap covering an electrical connection on the mobile base system.
All right, Franklin, I see the cap off. Good job. Okay, I'm going to then throw it on the fish stringer. Copy.
Chang-Diaz continues to carefully attach these booties to the fish stringer. The straps with captive hooks affixed along them, designed for just this purpose.
Check the connector for pins and parts. And it looks good to me. When I take a look, yeah, it's good to me too. Okay. Copy, stand and pod check, thank you. Okay, that goes on J36. That's correct. Let me... On the MBS side? On the MBS side, that is correct. Should be underneath your right shoulder. That is correct. I got it inside.
start on this procedure, and once you're complete with POA deploy, then try and mate the UMA.
Checking.
Perrin continuing to loosen the bolt, holding the payload orbital replacement unit accommodation in its launch position atop the mobile base system. And the payload orbital replacement unit accommodation rotating forward to its deploy position.
Lock that, and then we'll hand off the destination connector to Franklin. Okay. And good stuff, Doug. Copy.
Perrin nearing the end of this activity, the installation of the camera atop the mast on the mobile base system. Just completed bolting it to that mast.
Get out of the ATSR, and to get out of the ATSR, I'm going to just get the left scoop.
You need the scoop, but I'd also like you to see if you can tell if the pop-up indicator is in.
Yeah, I see better when I'm free floating, so...
Okay, I understand.
I'm going to first take the scoop and head up to it. What a big smile there, Pepe. Look at that. Try to get the Earth. Yes, okay. And I'm going to do the same. Again. Okay. I'm going to do the same, but I don't have the Earth. So, I'm going to get you over there in just a second. Oh, definitely. Okay, let's, we really don't have, we're going to go in, so we might as well use up all the film, right? Paco, we're going to go in from here, right? Going into the airlock, right?
That's firm after we do a tool inventory.
Okay, so we might as well use up all the film. Any other pictures you guys want?
And as we do that, I want you to say a few words for the Canadians. They have put together a wonderful piece of hardware, and everything worked fantastic, and I'm very proud of that MBS.
This is Mission Control Houston as we continue to receive some downlink television pictures from the payload bay cameras on board the Space Shuttle Endeavour. Endeavour and the space station complex now orbiting 243 statute miles above the Pacific Ocean, getting ready to cross over the Baja Peninsula in the midsection of the United States. The crew on board the Space Shuttle Endeavour and the International Space Station having a good opportunity to take a close look at the plumes. Those plumes also being available to us on these downlink television pictures from the payload bay cameras. Shuttle and station orbiting 244 statute miles above the Midwest section of the United States, looking back over the orbital track at the plumes from those wildfires. We are continuing to receive downlink television pictures from on orbit as the Shuttle Endeavour and the International Space Station orbit together at an altitude of 244 statute miles. This track taking the shuttle station complex over the Great Lakes area. This particular pass has taken the shuttle station over the Baja Peninsula and northern Mexico, then out over New Mexico and the Texas Panhandle, the central section of Kansas and Wichita, Kansas, then over Iowa and Wisconsin, as well as Lake Michigan, and now passing just over the eastern provinces of Canada. Again, Canadian spacecraft communicator Bob Thirsk in Mission Control today voiced up some congratulations to the spacewalkers on orbit for completing the successful installation of the mobile base system onto the mobile transporter, making that platform for movement of the Canadian-built Canadarm2 robotic arm ready for the first step to be taken off the Destiny Laboratory module by the arm after its wrist roll joint is replaced on the third spacewalk of this mission.
So let me do that, and then I'll come back up with my transfer book, and I'll be ready to talk.
Great, we'll be ready.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are receiving downlink television pictures from on orbit as the International Space Station complex continues to circle the globe once every 90 minutes at a speed of about 17,500 miles an hour and an altitude of about 250 statute miles, now passing over the southern Pacific Ocean, about to clock over the northeastern tip of New Zealand. This is a view of the robotic arm of the International Space Station, which is obscured slightly by the ultra-high frequency antenna, that handlebar-looking device which is used for communications with spacewalkers outside the space station.
Houston Alpha on the big loop for EDA. Mike, we are complete with post-EVA.
Outstanding. Great work today, guys.
Well, thank you all. As always, we can never do this without you all, and thank you for your outstanding support.
Roger that. Big day all around. One last thing, if we could, we'd like to get the water quantities.
Okay, stand by.
As Dan Bursch reports that the post-spacewalking procedures have all been completed, we are continuing to see downlink television as the space station's robotic arm. It's a latching end effector in this view, as well as the wrist roll joint that's going to get a new component on Thursday, continues to move into the position it will be parked overnight and waiting for Thursday's replacement spacewalk.
We're ready to copy.
Okay, MET of 5 days, 23 hours, 55 minutes, water quantity 7.56, bag serial number 1010.
Thousands of people on the ground being urged to evacuate their homes as these fires approach. And the shuttle and station crews with a unique viewing opportunity on orbit. Again, these pictures coming from an altitude of 244 statute miles. Shuttle and station orbiting overhead of Nevada, Idaho, Yellowstone National Park in the northwest corner of Wyoming, and the southeastern portion of Montana.
We'll say this is it was a busy day, but it's also a momentous day. Carl and Dan, I know you guys have been watching the calendar mostly to figure out when you're coming home, but there's also a little footnote on there someplace that today you're going to pass the U.S. single-flight spaceflight endurance record set by Shannon Lucid on Mir back in '96. If you guys don't have the details. If you don't have the details, you're going to break that record of 188 days, 4 hours, and 0 minutes. Will be surpassed at GMT 163, 2 hours, 19 minutes, and 42 seconds. It's also MET 6 days, 4 hours, 57 minutes. Or for those of us down here on Earth in Central Daylight Time, that'll be at 9:19 and 42 this evening.
Copy that. Oh, Mike, let me just quickly say it's, for me personally, it's just quite an honor to be mentioned in the same paragraph as a great American like Dr. Shannon Lucid.
Amen to that. Of course, you all have a long ways to go if you're going to break the all-time single-flight record of about 438 days set by Valery Polyakov in '94-95. Do we have any volunteers today to go for that record, or will you guys be satisfied with the one you have?
A lot of head shaking negative going on around here. I'm very happy.
Even Yuri, he's happy. He's ready too, huh?
Even Yuri, he's happy too, huh?
Very much so. Ready to come home. Find him a barber.
There's going to be some stories there, no doubt.
message 92 is listed as MPLM update, and I don't know which one that is, or maybe it didn't come up.
And Taco, that would be 8 pages of MPLM drawings, the maps for the MPLM.
Okay, I got that one. That riddle is solved. Thank you.
The shot shows Expedition 5 crew member Peggy Whitson working with some logistics transfer operations. She's in the U.S. laboratory Destiny in this live downlink on NASA television. Meanwhile, the second reboost of the 3 scheduled for Endeavour's dock time with the International Space Station began about 30 minutes ago. The hour-long reboost is right on track and right on target, flight controllers in the Shuttle Flight Control Room report. That reboost, like the first, is scheduled to add about 1 statute mile to the altitude of the International Space Station. This is Mission Control Houston. We're seeing live downlink from the Endeavour shuttle complex, this coming to us through shuttle assets. Let's look at some of the spacewalking tools that crew members are profiling and getting ready for tomorrow's spacewalk, the third during the STS-111 flight of Endeavour and its docked period to the International Space Station.
This view looking up from the payload bay cameras on board the Space Shuttle Endeavour at the space station's robotic arm known as Canadarm2. There in the lower left portion of the screen you can see it folded in on itself in the proper location for tomorrow's third and final planned spacewalk, in which its wrist roll joint will be replaced by Franklin Chang-Diaz and Philippe Perrin. This is Mission Control Houston, the Space Shuttle Endeavour and the International Space Station passing over the Southern California coast on a southwest and northeast track that should take it over the Rocky Mountains and the state of Colorado.
For the batteries that are currently in the EMUs that we did the last test on, the battery serial numbers 2020 and 2021, we would like you to remove those 2 batteries from the EMUs and temp stow them in the joint airlock. How copy?
Okay, we'll remove 2020 and 2021. So I take it that 2028 and 2027 will be the chosen ones for the EVA?
They have been anointed good. You will be using 2028, and Pepe has 27.
Okay, we will get those 2 batteries in the suits, and we're in the process of building up the suits now. We're going to get back with you with all of the items we have in there, like the batteries. You already know the batteries, but the LIOs and the helmet, light batteries, and all the other things that you'd like to keep track of.
That's excellent, Franklin. Thank you much.
This is Mission Control Houston. All systems on board the shuttle and International Space Station working well as the 2 orbit 242 statute miles over the North Atlantic on a track that will soon take them over the west coast of Africa. Crews on board are making their preparations for sleep time as they're scheduled to go to bed in about an hour and 20 minutes from now. They've completed their daily planning conference on board the International Space Station, getting ready for the upcoming sleep shift and looking forward to tomorrow's planned spacewalk.
We're watching you go through your last few pre-sleep items, and you had a great day today, and we're looking forward to another terrific EVA tomorrow. And we'll actually say goodnight to you 20 minutes early, unless you have anything else for us.
We can't think of anything, Lisa, except hope you have a nice evening as well, and we'll talk to you tomorrow during the second part of the EVA.
Okay, we'll be standing by if you do have anything else, and good night from Orbit 2.
Good night.
System Alpha, ready for DPC.
Good morning, Alpha. It's great to see you today. It's going to be a great EVA and robotics day, and we're looking forward to performing some surgery on the arm.
Yeah, I think these guys up here are ready to go too.
This shot shows the base of the Canada Arm 2. The base is essentially identical to the hand end. The shoulder and the hand of the arm are interchangeable, giving it the capability to walk like an inchworm from place to place. Here on the left is Paul Lockhart, today's intravehicular officer. He'll be guiding Franklin Chang-Diaz and Philippe Perrin through their spacewalk, keeping them on the timeline, coaching them through various tasks.
Okay, gentlemen, we're going to go now to the crew lock egress for our specific timeline.
Okay, we're ready.
And Franklin Chang-Diaz, visible in this photo, moving out of the hatch of the crew lock of the Joint Airlock Quest.
And if you could change, Franklin, you can go.
I'm on my way. So, Paco, I'm ready to egress whenever you're ready.
All right, sounds good. Let's make sure that you all are daisy-chained in the proper manner.
Yeah, I stated it.
We are daisy-chained.
Okay, Franklin, why don't you go ahead? The thermal cover may already be blown open. If that's the case, you want to egress the airlock and retrieve your airlock safety tether.
Okay, that can work.
And Franklin Chang-Diaz now clear of the hatch of the crew lock of the Joint Airlock Quest.
Copy.
Controllers in both flight control rooms in Houston's Mission Control Center, along with the spacewalking astronauts and arm operators. Dan Bursch on the Canada Arm 2 on the station side, and Endeavour Commander Ken Cockrell on the shuttle side, carefully coordinating motion of the two arms.
So we're right now.
Philippe Perrin on the right in the all-white suit, and Franklin Chang-Diaz on the left between the Indefector and the U.S. Lab Destiny. Moving out of the way is the rotation of the lead, the Indefector, or the hand of the Canada Arm 2 continues, putting it in position for removal.
All right, excellent. All right, gentlemen, I'm going to have the arm powered down if you're ready to proceed.
EV1 is ready to proceed. EV2 is ready.
Okay, Houston, you have a go to power down the station arm. Houston, we're proceeding over Costa Rica at this time.
I'm watching this. We're going right over Costa Rica right now.
Not many clouds.
Yeah. Wow, look at that. That is incredible.
And Paco, I need a buddy up for 6 inches.
Okay, Pepe, you have a go to drive the mate-demate mechanism. Count your turns, please.
Treshchov place 3 marked.
And that go to proceed given after the arm was powered down. Perrin's now using his pistol grip tool to turn a bolt that will disconnect power data and video connections inside the interface between the latching end effector and the wrist roll joint. Subsequently, the two astronauts will begin loosening 6 bolts, expandable diameter fasteners that physically secure the latching end effector to the wrist roll joint.
You're ready. Don't put it side load. I am now ready. Okay, on my mark. 2, 1, mark.
And the latching end effector coming free from the Canada Arm 2's wrist roll joint.
Let it go. Let it go. Okay, Taco, we can move to the next position.
Okay.
Okay, the bolt is extracted. You have control of the lead. Hold on until I stabilize here. Sending when you're ready. Don't put it side load. I am now ready. Okay, on my mark. 2, 1, mark. Okay. Let it go. I let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Okay, Taco, we can move to the next position.
Okay.
I'm going to extract the bolt now, and it is extracted, and I got a handle on the square scoop micro square fitting, so I'm ready to go. On your mark, Pepe.
Okay, on my mark, 2, 1, mark. Yeah. Okay. As we do that, maybe Franklin, oh, that's fine. I'll look at the interface myself. So
yeah.
You see the this one?
Yeah, I can see it very well.
Okay.
So you want me to let
go?
Let go.
Let go.
Letting go.
Ready for motion, Pepe?
Yes. All the yes. Yeah, I'm ready for motion.
And you guys take a look at my helmet camera, and I've got it on the rest of the arm.
Okay, we see both helmet cameras looking at the interfaces. Thank you.
Ready. Ready to go.
Go. Keep going.
We need to put it straight so that it goes in.
Yeah, you're the only one that can do that, Franklin.
Okay, I will do that.
So you keep control? You have control.
I have control, but don't let go.
No, I won't let go, but you have control.
I have control.
Keep moving body in.
Body in.
Hang on a second. Let me get the clocking right.
Hold stop.
Stop.
Body to the right, 6 inches.
Okay, we have soft dock already. And I'll push in a few of the EDFs. Okay, I got one in.
Body down to feet.
Body down.
Got another one in.
Okay, body up 1 foot.
We're checking.
Copy, body up.
Yeah, stand by, Franklin. I'm going to roll. Yeah. Don't want me to roll the blanket.
It might be better for me to kind of get it.
Stop. Hold stop.
All stop.
Yes. Hold stop. And I'm in a good position to do the angle realignment now.
Can you tell me what the angle is, please?
I see 109. Does it make any sense?
Okay, extracted.
Okay, on my mark, 2, 1, mark. Let it go, I got it. Okay, watch your visor. Okay, Taco, you can take
And the joint's free of the wall.
location, work site.
He copies.
Okay.
Okay, I have a handle on the bolt.
Okay, I'm steady.
Ready to extract. On
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, extracted.
Okay, on my mark, 2, 1, mark. Let it go, I got it.
Okay.
Watch your visor. Okay, Taco, you can take me to the next location, work site.
He copies.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Lockhart has asked that the Canada Arm 2 be powered down in preparation for installation of the new wrist roll joint to the yaw joint at the end of the arm.
Okay, we have a good view, thank you.
Okay, on the side that was facing Franklin is coming down.
This helmet cam inspection of the interfaces of the new wrist roll joint being conducted through the spacesuit of Philippe Perrin as he handles the new wrist roll joint he'll be taking it shortly to the work site atop the U.S. laboratory Destiny of the International Space Station. Both those interfaces looking good, controllers report.
Okay, 2 more feet.
Franklin Chang-Diaz reports himself in position for installation of the new wrist roll joint, while Philippe Perrin's just a couple of feet out.
Staying at 10 time, flight body left.
Little body left.
Yeah. But keep going, body in.
Spacewalking flight controllers report that they're making up considerable time on this task. They estimate they'll be perhaps 15 minutes behind the timeline once it's completed.
Body down, body left, body in.
Yes. We at the same rate.
Oh, yeah.
Return, green light on number 2.
Copy. You have a go to set up on bolt number 1. Franklin, you have a go to drive bolt number 5.
Number 5 in work. I was 2 turns to a green light.
Copy. You have a go to set up on bolt number 3. Peppy, you have a go to drive bolt number 1.
Working 1.
Okay, anywhere. Okay, so now my settings would then change to Bravo 2 clockwise 1, 30.5.
Two and a half turns, green light.
Okay, Endeavour, we copy. Time to wake up the patient and see how the big arm's doing after surgery. By the way, we see per timeline, you guys are right on. Nice job. Alpha and Endeavour. The arm is operational on the redundant string. The new joint looking healthy so far. Dan and Valery, you have a go to continue arm checkout on step 11.
Alpha copies, in work.
Oh, so it works? At least, does it work?
At least it's connected. It's alive.
We keep alive power.
No, I think it's
really working?
I mean, I guess so, but I understand.
Now they're still checking it out, but it's got comm and power on both strings.
Yeah, that's what I meant, yeah.
It's like a good sign, or yeah, it's a good sign.
They should come out. Let's see. Okay, should be released. In a second. Release is towards me. Should release.
Okay, try one more time. The locking device.
It won't.
Let me try.
Yeah, it's very good.
Okay, I got it.
You have it. Go. Okay.
Paco, if you can take me out of the corner here.
Okay, we're maneuvering you out of the corner, and we show a good release of the lee over France.
Oh, that's wonderful. And what's my head clearance with the...
Your head clearance is with Franklin right now. I'm going to hold until he gets out of the way.
Okay. And with the arm, okay?
You're good with the arm. It's just Franklin right now.
Okay, thanks. Oops.
Just keep the lee out of his way. Good job.
Yes. which is also keep going. Going. Good motion left. Keep going to the left. Okay, all stop. Okay, Franklin, I see me in a good position if you are. Can we make the interface parallel and...
Yeah, and also need to clock it a little bit, like about there.
Yeah, I agree.
And...
yeah, and...
let's see, I'm making more parallel. They need to be pulled towards me.
Pulled towards you, yes.
And okay. I have a soft dock on this side.
I see a soft dock on my side.
And for clarification, the power and data connections to the arm are all good. The arm is no longer in keep alive. It is in the operational state on the redundant string. Checkout's looking great so far.
Good news. Houston, I was just about to check with you with the SSE heater, and we understand the condition of the new joint. Thank you.
Looking good, Endeavour, and Tricia is just beside herself here. She's really proud of you guys.
So we're proud of
12.
her.
We see 12 complete, ready for 13.
Opportunity to thank all of the folks down on the ground who worked so hard to get us ready for this EVA. It's been, some surprises we've encountered, but they prepared us, and we, dealt with them. And with everybody's help, I think we managed to get the job done. So our thanks to all of the folks involved, as well as the Canadians who put together some really good hardware for us to work with. So great, much appreciated.
It was a great team effort by everybody, guys, and we know that the Canadian Space Agency and everybody in the International Space Station program are real happy that things are going so well today. It is a team effort. It's a great effort, and that's what makes the space business such a joy.
Agree with that. That sounds good.
Okay.
As Philippe Perrin on the end of the shuttle robotic arm is in the process of gathering up tools for return to the tool storage location by the airlock known as Quest. Franklin Chang-Diaz over there by the latching end effector of the robotic Canadian arm for the station, removing the camera bag that had been placed over it as a protective measure.
Watch your visors, Franklin.
That's a good move, Franklin. And my first tether is not long enough to go to with them. I have to reverse back to the tether from the arm. So. Okay, Paco?
Copy. Go ahead, Frank. Copy.
Yeah, to keep you posted. I was doing a safety tether swap, my original safety tether, but this one is not long enough to go to width number...
width number 10?
10.
Okay.
So you have to...
Very interesting, very nice. The Eagles, very nice.
Pretty appropriate. Take it easy.
Yes, we're taking it easy, but we're...
Today's selection, the Eagles playing Take It Easy. This was a song that was played for the EVA crew members at the end of all of their neutral buoyancy laboratory simulations for the spacewalk. Paul Lockhart, who is serving as their intravehicular crew member coordinating the spacewalk from inside the Space Shuttle Endeavour, used to play that for the two spacewalkers every time they got done with a practice run.
We need to get your water to off, though.
Yeah. Oh, man, what a view. What a window view.
Time to close, Franklin.
Yeah, okay. Coming in. Okay, water off. Water coming off.
EV2, water is coming off.
EV1, water is off.
Okay, let's close the thermal cover.
Just 1 minute. Want to make sure the hatch.
Again, the two spacewalkers were successfully able to accomplish all the objectives of this excursion outside the International Space Station, replacing the ailing wrist roll joint on the Canadarm2 arm. Right now we are receiving
2.4 on the airlock pressure.
downlink television pictures of Canadarm2 as Dan Bursch puts it through its paces following the wrist roll joint's replacement, as the International Space Station complex orbits some 343 statute miles over the North Atlantic.
Yeah.
As Endeavour and the International Space Station pass over the cloud-covered Atlantic Ocean, approaching the African coast, the two spacecraft just a bit north of the equator, logistics activities relating to the reloading of the multipurpose logistics module Leonardo are just about completed, and we expect hatch closing between the Unity node of the International Space Station and Leonardo just a few moments from now. And as Endeavour and the station approach the west coast of Africa, the expedition, or the Endeavour crew, commanded by Ken Cockrell with pilot Paul Lockhart and mission specialist Philippe Perrin and Franklin Chang-Diaz, continue to help with logistics operations. Also, we're just about 5 minutes from the end of the third and final reboost of this mission. This reboost is raising the orbit of the International Space Station by almost 4 statute miles. Two previous reboosts, the first on Monday and the second on Wednesday, each raised the station's altitude by about 1 mile. Net result is that Endeavour will leave the International Space Station about 6 miles higher than it was when Endeavour arrived. Shuttle Flight Control Room flight controllers report that the reboost, the third of 3 reboosts during Endeavour's dock time to the International Space Station, has been complete. We have no final numbers on the reboost yet, but it was designed to add about 4 statute miles to the altitude of the station. The station shuttle complex just now passing near the Straits of Gibraltar leading into the Mediterranean Sea. All continues to go well on board. It's a relatively quiet day with the wrap-up and clean-up of transfer operations to the multipurpose logistics module Leonardo, which later today will be uninstalled from the nadir port of the Unity node of the International Space Station and reinstalled in Endeavour's cargo bay. Endeavour and the International Space Station just now passing across the northern part of Italy. You can see just about the entire Italian peninsula stretching across your screen. Italy's the point of origin of the multipurpose logistics module Leonardo, which later today will be rebirthed in Endeavour's cargo bay for return home. Leonardo is making its third trip to the International Space Station and is an almost identical sister module, a pressurized cargo carrier and sister to Raffaello, which has made 2 trips to the International Space Station on previous shuttle missions.
Taco, we just have about 16, maybe 17 more items to go into the MPLM, and then we think that we'll be just about set. Tell me if you're ready to copy.
Ready to copy.
And Taco, just kidding. We are ready to turn the MPLM back into a shuttle payload. We are ready for you to close the hatch. Congratulations on a great job on transfer on this mission. We just couldn't be more pleased down here on the ground.
Well, it's actually been a lot of fun for us, too. A little bit of hard work thrown in there, but thanks. And we'll put that in work.
Copy and concur. We know it's lots of hard work for a lot of folks, both up there and on the ground, and it's well worth it, so thanks a lot.
Yeah, go ahead, Katie.
Dan, we have a story on the 35 and 28 millimeter lenses for EVA that we were discussing with Philippe earlier. We've got that story whenever it's convenient for you. I think you need Philippe, but I think you also want whoever knows camera stuff on the ISS. I think the story is easy, but we probably do want to make sure everybody hears it.
Okay, stand by. I'll go find Philippe and we can listen together.
Houston Endeavour, Air Ground 2, Peter S.
Go ahead for Peter S.
Okay, we're wondering if we could have a go to grapple the MPLM on node Nader.
Paco and Philippe, you have a go to grapple the MPLM on node Nader.
Thank you.
Philippe Perrin operating the shuttle's robotic arm, and Endeavour Commander Ken Cockrell given the green light by Shuttle Capcom Katie Coleman to grapple the MPLM, the Leonardo, the pressurized cargo carrier that they will install this afternoon, rebirth this afternoon, in Endeavour's cargo bay. Endeavour in the International Space Station, just passing over the island of Hispaniola in the Caribbean, as the shuttle's robotic arm, operated by Endeavour mission specialist Philippe Perrin, is in motion toward its grapple position. It's getting ready to grapple the MPLM Leonardo prior to moving the pressurized cargo carrier back into Endeavour's cargo bay.
Huntsville Alpha, Space Ground 2.
Go ahead, Alpha.
Yes, I was wondering if the Express 1 rack was powered up yet. Sergei was wondering if he had to go to power up the Express 1 laptop computer.
The MPLM in view at the upper part of your screen.
And Alpha, the Express rack is not powered up yet. We expect that to happen in the next 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay, great. We were just, he happened to be in passing through and thought we might get it early. Thank you very much.
No problem.
The end effector moving toward the grapple fixture, the dark circle, just above the end effector.
Alpha Houston, Space to Ground 2 for Dan.
Alpha Houston, Space to Ground 2 for Dan.
our side run?
Yeah. We'll see.
Thought so.
I think there's not many singularities. It's
but,
more for the MPLM.
Yeah, but might as well get it going. And I'm going to check which telemetry line we're going.
Endeavour in the International Space Station, just passing over the Pacific coast of Mexico, the southwestern part of the country. They begin a pass that will take them out over the Gulf of Mexico, across the upper part of the Florida Peninsula, and then up along the eastern seaboard. All's relatively quiet on board as preparations continue for unberthing of the MPLM Leonardo and its reinstallation in Endeavour's cargo bay for return to Earth.
And another advantage of Canadarm1 as it moves slowly with Leonardo gripped in its grapple fixture. Directly behind Leonardo you can see the vertical stabilizer or tail of Endeavour. And at 3:11 p.m. Central Time, the Mechanical Systems Officer in Mission Control reports that all 5 of the latches holding Leonardo into the payload bay have been securely fastened. The robotic arm on board the shuttle being driven by Philippe Perrin as he carefully guided Leonardo back into its home in the payload bay, ready for a return home on board the shuttle Endeavour with about 4,500 pounds worth of supplies and equipment that are no longer needed on board the International Space Station. Leonardo successfully completing its 3rd delivery of supplies, equipment, and experiments to the International Space Station. About 5,600 pounds worth of supplies and equipment went up on board Leonardo and now reside on the International Space Station for use by the Expedition 5 and subsequent station crews.
Basically, you guys have had another very impressive day, closing out the MPLM and getting it berthed flawlessly. We'd like you to get some rest. You get a big day tomorrow. We're all looking forward to undocking the fly-around.
Yeah, us too. And we have that all set up, ready to go tomorrow, and it's going to be a little difficult closing the hatch and losing all that space and missing those friends. But we'll press on with the plan and talk to you tomorrow.
Sounds great, Taco. Good night from Orbit 2.
Okay, do you have any questions for us before we pass you over to Moscow?
Yes, we just have a couple of short things, Susan.
Go ahead, Dan.
Yes, Susan, we realize that today, we believe, is your last shift in MCC, and we would just like to express our sincere thanks and gratitude, and also express our congratulations on just a wonderful, terrific career that you've had at NASA, and it's only the start of that we know that be a even more rewarding, and just wonderful career. And we wish you the best of luck out in Colorado Springs, and we'll miss you very much. And I remember when you came back from your flight, you said something to the effect that it will change your life, and I don't think you could have expressed it better. So best of luck to you. We'll miss you.
Thanks for the words, Dan.
Yeah, Susan, it's been great working with you. It's been great working with you, and look forward to seeing you back down in Houston here in a couple of days. And thanks for all your great tips for London Station. They've really helped a lot. And thanks also for your great work down on our planning shift. And love the cartoon.
Thank you very much for your great work. See you on the ground.
Spasiba.
And I also want to say thanks for all the preparation and getting us ready for this flight.
I hope I will work with you 1 month more.
Okay, well, thank you, and thank you, guys. Again, come see me in Colorado sometime. It's a great place to go skiing.
Houston Alpha on Space Ground 2. This is, I would say, probably the next to last tradition that we'll have. The last tradition will be ringing of the ship's bell when we depart. But one of the traditions that Expedition 1 continued, and of course was kept on by Expedition 2, by you, Susan, and Expedition 3, was, you know, we have a special place to put our expedition emblem or patch or sticker, and we're going to do that now, and Yuri's going to place that, and that is basically, I guess, the official end of handover.
First of all, I want to say a big thanks to my space brother, this is Cockrell and then Bursch. Thank you very much, guys, and I hope new expedition will work here very successful during the last 12 months. Have a good time, guys.
Expedition 5 Commander Valery Korzun continuing to carefully work through checklists. Again, these procedures leading to the hatch closure between the International Space Station and Endeavour. With Korzun is Peggy Whitson, the U.S. astronaut, member of the Expedition 5 crew.
Okay. Have a great flight.
flight.
Okay, thanks.
See you all on the ground.
Same to you.
Careful with the video box there.
Let him close. That's going to... Why don't you let him close there?
No, it's our edge first.
Oh, we go first?
The procedure, friend.
All right, sounds good.
Sure there is no debris or anything.
Yep.
Okay, first time I close the hatch. So
yes, good.
How do you do that?
You just turn the crank. Make sure that the dogs are engaged. And
you press.
If it feels good, then it's good.
Yeah, feels good.
Just go ahead and crank it.
And then you crank it this way. That's correct.
Yeah. And it should,
so you go to
feel the bite.
Yeah.
And then it looks good. And now try, take that flip that lever down and push it in. Yeah, there you go. That's it. It's close.
Hey, Franklin.
Yes.
I didn't see more color change.
We're all set. We're all set. Thank you.
You can feel through the window maybe. I don't know what it's going to be like.
Oh yeah, that's a good shot.
Our ODS.
This live downlink showing a view of the International Space Station looking aft from the U.S. laboratory Destiny on the right center of your screen, past the Unity node and the attached joint airlock Quest in the upper right-hand side of the screen. Back toward the Russian orbiting segment, the Soyuz crew return vehicle docked with the Zarya module, and at the back is the Zvezda service module.
Endeavour and Alpha Houston. Endeavour is go for undocking on time.
Dump attitude and maneuver. And the dump attitude is target tube, number 3.27.
Endeavour Alpha on the big loop. Station is ready for undocking.
Thanks, Peggy. We'll be doing it on time, the best we can tell, and that's about 12 minutes from now. Alpha Endeavour, we have physical separation. We're executing the set burn.
Okay, copy that. Confirm.
Expedition 4 departing. Endeavour departing.
Ship's bell aboard the International Space Station being sounded in honor of Endeavour's departure.
Hey, Peppy, as soon as I get the CCS, or as soon as we get acquisition, I need you to get it incorporated with the right reflector, okay?
Okay, and next.
Make sure we got...
Tacoha is gone.
Alpha Endeavour, we have physical separation. We're executing the set burn.
Okay, copy that. Confirm.
Expedition 4 departing. Endeavour departing.
Thank you, Peggy. Smooth sailing to you and your crew.
It should start increasing now.
410.
Yeah.
410.
I'm gonna let it go out just a little bit.
Want to put a handheld state vector on the arc pop so you have that? Get to look what it looks like.
410.
It's important to get the right angle. Get a surface which is slanted and reflect the laser. So we'll come back.
Okay, let me look at the video. Too bright, I guess.
Okay, TCS has dropped.
Sorry, what I figured. Did I help you, Franklin?
No, I think I used.
This view showing us the solar arrays atop the International Space Station, stretching 240 feet from tip to tip. The metallic colored object below them is a radiator which conducts heat from the pressurized compartments of the International Space Station. And this view shows Endeavour, again almost directly below the International Space Station. This coming to us via International Space Station cameras and downlink. Two spacecraft are over the North Atlantic Ocean, about to begin a swing that will take them in a loop over the British Isles and across northern Europe before descending down over Southeast Asia.
Go ahead, Endeavour.
Alpha, we wish you a very wonderful flight. We've completed our separation burn. We're heading home. Enjoy yourselves while you're here.
Okay, thanks for the ride.
Endeavour Commander Ken Cockrell reporting a successful separation burn from the orbiter Endeavour.
We'll try to hit it very gently.
Okay.
And I'd like to take this opportunity to tell you that Orbit 1 is going off shift. This was our last shift. You will have the entry team coming on tomorrow, and it's just been a pleasure working with all of you, and we've enjoyed it quite a lot.
Well, thank you, Katie and Orbit 1. It's I can't tell you what a fantastic voyage this was, and what a treat it is to be able to end this trip with you all. Thanks for your fantastic work, and we will see you very, very soon.
And Dan, this is Paul. I just want to pass on a little bit of math that Tim Braithwaite did in the Blue Ficker. He reminded Rick LeBrode and I that EVA-3 was happening exactly 100 days after we saw that problem on the wrist roll joint. And there were a lot of really smart people down here on the ground that 101 days before that thought that we had already bitten off more than we could chew with this flight. We added another EVA and knocked it all off and made it look easy. You guys did super work.
Right, I've got to admit, I was probably one of those worried people when I heard everything that they wanted to do, and part of it was a little selfish because I knew it was, it was towards the end of our mission, and I wanted everything to go right. But the way I look at it is, it's really hard to find any one superstar in this whole flight. I think you have a lot of people that just went above and beyond, and it all came together, and I couldn't be happier. And I'm sure Taco would add his comments, but right now he and Paco are working on a water sample, and we've got Dr. Cockrell and Dr. Lockhart on the middeck right now. I'll have to get some pictures.
Well, let them know that they ought to feel good about making the impossible happen.
I sure will, and like I said, it's a fantastic team effort from all of you and many countries involved, and right now I really do think I'm the happiest person in the world, except for maybe on Monday when we land in Florida.
And Dan, we copy, and we will hand you over to Orbit 2 to continue your dumping procedures, and you are go to continue on with Step Charlie.
Okay, that's in work, and have a great weekend, Katie, and the rest of Orbit 1.
We will. We'll be watching, and we can't wait to have you home.
actually, let's see, all three are controller heaters are Bravo, but the powers are off for 1 and 2. Number 3 is on.
We copy Endeavour. We would like boiler powers for APUs 1 and 2 to on, please.
Okay, boiler powers 1 and 2 to on at this time. That is complete.
Copy Endeavour, thank you.
As spacecraft communicator Bill Oefelein reports to flight engineer Franklin Chang-Diaz several procedures that will prepare auxiliary power unit number 1, one of 3 hydraulic power units on board the orbiter, for its activation in support of the flight control system checkout that is scheduled to begin about 20 minutes or so from now. Chang-Diaz will join Commander Ken Cockrell and pilot Paul Lockhart up on the flight deck of Endeavour to activate that auxiliary power unit and move the aero surfaces of the orbiter, the rudder, speed brake, ailerons, elevons. Again, orbiting at an altitude of 240 statute miles, and orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator. Endeavour almost 1,900 statute miles away from the International Space Station.
There you see Paco. We've got all the suits out, getting them ready and make sure they're ready to go. We already have there you see Franklin. And the famous transfer list is there hanging kind of from the ceiling. If you see that in the back row on the starboard side of the middeck, they put up a little bungee jail. And there you see Philippe and Taco, and again the back side of Paco. There the seats, the recumbent seats are all set up and ready to go. And there's a seat that Philippe will be sitting in, and he'll be taking good care of us as we come through if there's any special needs that arise. We think we'll be okay, but it's nice to have him there to help us get suited up if we need it. There's the biomass processing system, and after I'm through this commentary, I'll go down there and remove that little piece of Velcro from the intake screen. How much more KU do we have, Billio?
We're checking.
Okay, I'll just keep talking. So it's kind of just shifting around bags, getting the suits out, and we'll get them out and put them behind those bungees where Taco is. And the airlock has already been closed out, and we got the bags on the ceiling, the 5 MLE bags on the ceiling, got them on the floor as well. So we're pretty packed.
It looks tight in there.
Yeah, just a bit. And here he comes back up. And here's a Franklin seat right here, ready to go. And you see right around me, there's some other suits that we were battling to keep them out of TV during the event.
The Orbit 2 team has enjoyed working with all of you immensely during this mission. It's been our special privilege to follow you through the second half of each day and be the ones that wish you good night. We're crossing our fingers that the weather is good for landing tomorrow, and that the next time we talk to you is when you get back to Houston.
We've had a great time working with you as well, and it's been especially good from the transfer point of view to have all the tag-ups happen on your shift and see all that work come to a successful conclusion with your help. So thanks very much, and I do hope the next time we talk it's in Houston.
We copy that, Taco. Good night.
twin sonic booms heralding Endeavour's arrival at the Mojave Desert landing site. All systems in great shape. Endeavour now subsonic, just 6 miles in altitude.
Houston Endeavour, the alternate landing field is in sight.
Wishful thinking for Commander Ken Cockrell, who wanted very badly to land in Florida today. However, he is landing 3,000 miles to the west at Edwards Air Force Base, everything in great shape. Just moments away from touchdown. Cockrell will be flaring up Endeavour's nose. Pilot Paul Lockhart will drop the landing gear, and Endeavour will settle down on the runway 22, the concrete runway, at the Dryden Flight Research Center at Edwards Air Force Base, California. Cockrell flaring up the nose, final maneuver. Gear deployed. Main gear touchdown. Lockhart now deploying the drag chute. Nose rotating to the deck. Nose gear touchdown. Endeavour rolling out on runway 22 at Edwards Air Force Base, California, wrapping up a 5.8 million mile mission, bringing home the Expedition 4 crew after 6.5 months on the International Space Station.
Houston Endeavour, wheel stop.
Copy, wheel stop, Endeavour. Welcome back to Earth. Congratulations on a very successful and very safe assembly, repair, and crew rotation mission to the International Space Station. And a special welcome home to the Expedition 4 crew after your record stay aboard the ISS. We have no post-landing deltas. We'll meet you in the post-landing tab, page 5-3.
Okay, Billy O, thanks for the support. Thanks for hanging with us for the last 2 days, getting us down. And we'll go to page 5-3.
And Billy O and the whole team, thanks from Expedition 4. Thanks for your patience. It's great to be back to planet Earth.
Thank you from all of us.
And thank you, Expedition 4. I'm sure there's several folks eagerly awaiting to see you for a delayed Father's Day celebration.
1 hour, 39 minutes after landing, Endeavour's crew members emerge from the crew transport vehicle. Commander Ken Cockrell, pilot Paul Lockhart, and mission specialists Philippe Perrin and Franklin Chang-Diaz. The Expedition 4 crew, Yuri Onufrienko, Dan Bursch, and Carl Walz remaining inside the crew transport vehicle as per the medical protocols post-landing. Cockrell now shaking hands with the acting Deputy Center Director for the Dryden Flight Research Center, Larry Schilling, out on the tarmac on runway 22 at Edwards Air Force Base.
Well, this is not the place we had intended to land, but it's a great day here, and we brought back a good vehicle, and expedition crew is looking great. I think everything's going well. We'll now have to go through the effort of getting Endeavour back to Florida, but other than that, I think we've got things on the road for its next mission, and we really appreciate the efforts from Dryden and Edwards Air Force Base to bring us in safely and take care of us once we got here. So thank you very much. We'll be seeing you later.
Endeavour Commander Ken Cockrell, pilot Paul Lockhart, and mission specialist Philippe Perrin and Franklin Chang-Diaz now getting back into the crew transport vehicle to rejoin their Expedition 4 colleagues, Yuri, Onufrienko, Dan Bursch, and Walz, who are back on Earth after 196 days in space. They'll be driven off to crew quarters now. Again, Endeavour landed safely on runway 22 at Edwards Air Force Base, California, after being diverted from the Kennedy Space Center's landing attempts when weather foiled those attempts for a third day in a row. Endeavour landing safely at 12:58 p.m. Central Time, 10:58 a.m. Pacific Time at the Desert Flight Test Center.